There we go. Nice. Thanks for your help.
Sure.
Oh, that's nice. That's the spot. Move it to a meditation center to have a sweet ass bell. I'm gonna move the Buddha. I'll be back.
So like I sit in a chair. No more things over there too. I don't look. Dennis. Sometimes.
So we'll be here for a while. Feel free to rotate, chair, floor. I'm not promising I'm going to make it 4 hours on this thing.
Jason, do you mind if any of these are outside the circle of the chairs?
Move a mat outside the circle,
Yeah.
if you'd
Like
like.
a
Little surrounded.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Make yourself comfortable. Would you feel better if we opened the circle a little bit? So we could do that as well.
That's okay.
Yeah. Pull out of them.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good. We have the room, And there are lots more supplies in here. So if anyone wants a second cushion or like a half cushion, foam stuff, well, so you could go nuts in there if you want. This schedule is going to go on glass. Hey, how's it going? Good to see you, Mikey. Yeah. So the schedule will go on the glass door here if anyone wants to check in about the order of things. Basically, we're going to be sitting, talking, mostly sitting, some walking meditation for the first half, and around 4 o'clock we'll take a 10-minute break. And then we'll go back into it. But of course, if you have to go to the bathroom or get a cup of tea, like take care of yourself, it's fine. Yeah, it's the H1 house. Oh, good. I'm glad you gave yourself the time. So we're going to take. Has everyone turned their phones off or silenced? Okay. Even the vibration is audible. I think we have a few more coming. I'm getting text message updates about the status of the live stream. We are successfully streaming. You're not on video, don't worry. You are audible if you ask a question. So bear that in mind if there's a privacy issue or something like that. Very few people are going to be watching this, but there are going to be people watching this outside of this room. Thank you, Amy. Okay.
I don't have to worry about it. I'm on the CIA watch list.
You're already on the watch list? All right. They're probably bored of you by now. I hope they're watching. Honestly, I use this, I think.
I don't think you use the insurance.
I guess it depends who you ask. Right. This blanket has been with me since my first meditation retreat. And I always do this thing. It's fun to have little rituals about meditation. There are some people I know who have been practicing for a while. Who here's meditating for the first time? First time meditating?
First time.
Beautiful. All right. And any first time at Against the Stream? Okay. Nice. Let's see. Well, let's just start out with a little settle in. We'll sit for maybe 10 minutes, relax, and then we can get into orienting to the day and what we're going to be doing. So there's no particular posture that's right or wrong. We're looking for a balance of relaxation and energy. So usually that's a matter of relaxing any unnecessary muscle tension and replacing it with a natural balance against gravity. So we're sort of stacked in place rather than trying to effort to hold ourselves in place. And for a moment, reflect on what it took to get you here. Just noticing the images and feelings that arise. And appreciating yourself for setting your time aside this way, choosing to do this. This is an act of kindness, not just for you, but really for everyone you come into contact with. Noticing the sensations in your body right now. Physical, emotional. Not thinking about them so much, just feeling. Where in your body does your attention go? What does it feel like? So there are lots of sensations, sounds, images that confront us all day long, every day. And particularly the sensations tend to drive our behavior, particularly emotions. They motivate us, help us to decide how to move through the world. But here today, generally speaking, we're just cultivating a space of awareness, just noticing these sensations, the pleasant ones, the unpleasant ones, the reactions, without needing to do anything about any of it. Throughout the day, we'll be doing a bunch of different practices, and each one has its own object of focus, a particular area of present moment experience that we'll be focusing on and holding our attention on. So, in the spirit of not fighting against experience, in the spirit of not resisting whatever's happening, we aim to allow everything else to go on in the background. So thinking happens. Thinking can happen in the background. It doesn't need to stop. Emotions, if that's not the object of focus, they can just come and go in the background. Just like sounds of cars going by and planes, people coughing or shifting, all just background. Nothing needs to change. So for now, if you want to practice this way, the object of focus would be sensations in your physical body. One of the things that can tend to happen when we're meditating is there's a pain in my shoulder, or my stomach starts grumbling, and a story happens about it. Oh, that's my stomach. That would be the simplest story. Rather than just the experience of the sensation. Okay, that's a stomach. And then it becomes, oh, I'm hungry. And what will I eat later? And then you're off. The mind is off thinking about dinner. So as much as possible, we're just exploring the physical sensations. If that happens, coming back to position in the body, texture, intensity, shape of the sensation, any aspects of change. Like, does it seem to be vibrating, growing, or shrinking? Always curious about the physical experience. In a moment, I'm gonna ring the bell. And in the spirit of this being a half-day retreat, I'd like to encourage everyone to see how continuously you can be mindful during the day. So even when we're doing question and answer, can you maintain some attention on sensations in your body, or perhaps the sensations of breathing? Really trying to stay present continuously for the next 3 hours and 45 minutes. So today is going to be primarily about practice. There won't be a whole lot of discussion, but there will be time for questions. We're going to be focusing mostly on the direct experience of the techniques that we'll be learning. When questions are asked, and I'll offer whatever I know or whatever I do. Some stuff that I say might resonate and some of it might not. Totally fine to just take what works for you and discard the rest. And if some of these practices seem more useful or more engaging than others, trust yourself. Each one of us is building our own practice, and it's hard enough to keep a practice going, I'm sure. If you've tried, you know. So better to do the things that are interesting, choose the techniques that are interesting, and let you be the guide. And the other thing I'll say is, the reason why we try to maintain continuous mindfulness throughout an afternoon like this is because this stuff is practice in the sense that it's for life. It's practice for life. So in a sense, it's the easy part to sit and learn how to meditate and build concentration and focus on the substance of our moment-to-moment experience. And then we get up and the phone rings and we go take care of our kids and have a meal, and that's where the challenge really comes in. So in a way, a retreat setting is an opportunity to venture off the cushion a little bit into a container where we can still try to maintain mindfulness. The environment is simplified, but it's not as simple as just I'm sitting with my eyes closed. So to stay present through all of that is a great sort of practice. A couple of quick thoughts about mindfulness generally. I started to get into this during the meditation just now. There's a difference between the content of our experience and the structure of our experience. So when you're doing a kind of a psychological inquiry, you're trying to work through a problem, solve something, you're involved in the content. There are characters in the story, there's meaning to things, there is a reason why XYZ happened and how I got here and why I feel the way I feel, that kind of thing. I would call that a psychological inquiry. On the other hand, we have a mindful inquiry, which doesn't regard the content, the stories, the meaning. In a mindful inquiry, we're looking at what makes up our sense experience moment by moment. So like we were practicing just now with physical body sensations, we're sort of discarding, oh, my stomach hurts because I'm hungry, and just feeling what it is to have this stomach ache in a moment. Oh, okay, there's sensation here, and now it's here. And it sort of feels like popcorn. And oh, and now it's kind of bubbly. Oh, and it actually spreads out even wider than my body. How funny. Stuff like that. It's investigating what is sense experience. So you'll notice your mind getting into story, probably a lot, and that's fine, and that can kind of go on in the background. And we just come back to the physical experience or whatever the object of focus is, pulling it apart on a structural level. Does that make sense? Okay. Kinda? Okay. A simple way to put it would be, for example, the next exercise we're going to be doing is a breath meditation. So there's feeling the breath, and then there's thinking about the breath. We're going for feeling the breath. What does the breath feel like right now, and now, and now, and now? And I'll walk you through that as we go. I think for some people, this is going to be kind of old hat. Some it will be very fresh. Let's see what else. Regarding question and answer, I really want to encourage you to ask questions, and there'll be time set aside periodically to do that. It might seem random or simplistic, whatever the question is that comes up for you, but I guarantee you, you're not the only person that has this question. So one person's question tends to benefit others. So please feel free to share and ask and reflect your experience. And that said, some basic guidelines about sharing. Speak from the heart in the sense of trying to maintain mindfulness, some body awareness while speaking. Speaking from our own experience rather than like trying to solve someone else's problem, that kind of thing. This is a pretty tender space. So as a matter of making it safe, we're each saying how it is for us and not so much engaging with someone else in a dialogue. Not in the room anyway. Listening from the heart. So again, staying in our bodies, feeling the emotional experience that's part of a person's communication. Not just the words, but what it feels like for them and what it feels like for you to connect to that. And brevity. So just respecting the amount of time that we have. And finally, spontaneity in the sense of, okay, you have something to ask. No need to plan what you're going to say. Just kind of stay with the discussion. And one of my teachers, Shinzen, says, flap your lips and let the words come out. No problem. And finally, what happens in here stays in here. So if someone says something, they may not want you to come up to them and ask them about it after. They may not want to share in private about it. And certainly we don't want to have our personal information out in the world. So if someone says something, keep it between us. Don't go home and tell your friends so-and-so said blah, blah, blah. Any questions about all that? That seem fair? Any ground rules that anyone wants to add for the sake of your comfort today? Okay. Great. So we're going to go into breath awareness. Let's see. Very simple practice. Many of you have probably done this before. Can I have a show of hands for who's done breath meditation? Okay. So breath meditation is often a place where a retreat will start because it's a relatively easy object to focus on, the sensations of breathing. I like to encourage people to choose a place where you feel the breath clearly, easily. Smaller points of focus tend to be easier than a broad focus. And the gross sensations tend to be more like easier to follow than very subtle sensations. But you can kind of pick and choose where you want to anchor your attention. And we're just exploring sensation and change. Any questions before we get started? Okay. So again, settling into a posture that is upright and also relaxed. Relaxing any areas of tension. You might have those predictable spots, the face, the jaw, loosening the neck, the shoulders, the chest and belly. Just coming into this balance that's peaceful and alert. And knowing that any muscle tension that you can't relax is fine. Fine to just let it be. And settling your attention on an area of the body where you can feel the breath. maybe your chest or belly, the back of your throat, insides of the nostrils. If you feel your concentration is strong, you might even follow the sensations all the way through the body. And we're going to implement a counting strategy to help us stay focused. So at the end of each half breath, incrementing the count. So we'll start at 1, follow the sensations of the out breath, and then count 2. Follow the sensations of the in breath, and then count 3. And so on like that all the way up to 10, and then beginning again at 1. Continuously counting. This way, if you lose the count, if you wind up at 17 or 42, then you realize that you've lost focus. You just start back at 1, no problem. Always focusing as much attention on the sensations of breathing as possible, leaving just a little bit for the counting. If you're finding it easy to stay focused on the sensations of breathing, it's fine to count less frequently. So perhaps you increment the number at the end of each full breath as opposed to at the end of each half breath. The less frequent numbering will make it more difficult to stay focused, challenging your concentration. If, on the other hand, today you're finding it challenging to stay focused, it's fine to repeat the numbers over the course of each half breath. So it might sound like 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, or just one long number like 1, 2, 3. More emphasis on the counting will make it easier to stay focused. For a small number of people, breath meditation can actually be uncomfortable or unsettling. So if you're finding that this practice is creating anxiety, you be the judge. Is it just some stress because you're learning something new? Or maybe should you switch to a different technique? And if you decide you want to switch to something else, anchoring your attention in the sensations of your hands. Meditative concentration relies on a balance between energy and calm. We're going for a state that is alert, curious, engaged in the sensations of the present moment. And also very peaceful, still, accepting. So in the process of finding your way to that, you'll probably have moments where you dip too low, too fast, and you find yourself sleepy or spaced out. And then the remedy is to bring some more energy into the body. Straighten up. Maybe open your eyes for a moment or two, or practice with your eyes open. You might even want to practice standing up. And sometimes in finding this balance of energy and calm, you'll find restlessness happens, too much energy. And then the idea would be to relax the body. Apply less effort to the technique. Allow yourself to dip below the surface restlessness. Sometimes just knowing I'm restless, or this is sleepiness, is enough to let it be in the background. So the mind will wander over and over again, and that's fine. It's very normal. And as much as possible, we try to hold the attention on the place in the body where we have chosen to feel the sensations of breathing. Holding the attention so continuously, it's like an unbroken stream of water. And noticing all the change that happens at that point. The many moments of mindfulness in each half breath. The moment when each half breath ends. The way that pause feels. During most periods of meditation, there will be moments of discomfort, physical aches and pains particularly. And the question might arise, should I shift? Should I adjust my position? There's benefit to adjusting and there's benefit to not adjusting. When we stay in one place, I get to work with the urges that are driving us toward comfort, cultivating that non-resistance, just allowing that unpleasantness to be. And maybe even noticing that at some point it goes away. So that in our lives, when we can't avoid unpleasant sensations, we have this other tool, way of just being with. On the other hand, if you decide to adjust your posture, and you do that mindfully, with your full attention, you'll notice the moment when that unpleasant sensation goes away. And even in shifting, there's something learned about the impermanence of those feelings. Feeling the body coming into relief. How many people are feeling tired? Okay. Yeah. This is a particularly challenging time of day because most of us eat lunch and then we come to meditate and we just want to go horizontal. So maybe let's just stand up for a second and bring some energy back in. If you have a stretch that's good for your body, feel free. I like to lean over. But if you do that, keep your core tight. Pulling your stomach, your pelvic floor. So we don't want to hurt our lower backs. And if you feel any pain in your lower back, maybe only go halfway down. Trying to bend the knees. Some of us meditators tend to resist physical movement, just like the yogis tend to resist meditation. I think both are important. So if you need anything like a bathroom break or a cup of tea, feel free. We're going to do some question and answer right now. So this isn't an official break, but take care of yourselves. Any shares about that practice?
Frustrating.
Tell me more.
I really can't count very high. I think, yeah, I got to 11, it was good. And then I went away and then came back.
So you got to 11 and then realized that you had lost the count?
And then I don't know where I went. And then suddenly I knew I wasn't counting.
Okay, yeah, the counting stopped.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And what happened when you noticed that?
Well, it was a little disappointing. But I just started again, but that just kept repeating and repeating.
That same cycle of getting lost,
Yeah.
coming back, being a little disappointed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very common. How many people experience that this time around? Okay. So just to give you an idea, it's perpetual. I've been meditating for 8.5 years, and pretty much every day I have moments like that. So it doesn't go away, but the relationship to it will change. And it can be really helpful to greet yourself warmly when you come back. That realizing I've been lost and now I'm back is actually a good thing. That's the moment when the mindfulness resumes all by itself. So if we bring some sort of celebration into that moment, then it trains the mind, like, no, this is actually what we want. Sort of like when your dog comes home after getting lost and you're like, yay, instead of where did you go? You know, it wants to come back.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions or shares about the practice? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have a lot of problem with heart palpitations, deep breathing, it's kind of congestion.
Deep breathing is not comfortable for you.
You know, it's like a blockage.
A couple thoughts. One is it may just not be a technique that is helpful. Some people find it uncomfortable, it makes them nervous, that kind of thing. Did you happen to switch to your hands at any point?
Yeah.
That was better. Oh, good. The other thing is, there's no need to control the breath particularly. It doesn't need to be a deep breath. It can just be the body naturally breathing. Sometimes it feels controlled and there's nothing you can do, and that's fine. But if you're adding effort and you don't need to, then maybe that'll help too. How's that sound?
There's a little bit.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Well, that reminds me of something. Well, I did a yoga class this morning, and I hadn't really had any food, and I was able to take really big deep breaths. Then I had a big sandwich, came here, and I noticed that my breaths were shorter. So I think, there are variables, time of day, what's in your belly. I think that can have a effect on how deep you can breathe.
Definitely. Yeah, no two breaths are the same.
Yeah.
So in the spirit of letting things be, you just...
I was like, oh, that's interesting. It's like, I know I was taking bigger breaths this morning, but...
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Tuna milk.
Tuna milk. Oof.
The cheese and the butter. Yeah, that's what we do.
Uh-huh. Wow, you've eaten yourself a challenge for the afternoon.
I definitely nodded off.
Uh-huh.
I don't. So that was another observation.
Good impartial observation.
Oh yeah.
Often in meditation, on meditation retreats, you'll see people standing, feet flat on the floor, hips kind of square. They're just standing like this. I do this a lot. And this is just a matter of keeping the body awake.
Mm-hmm.
Perfectly reasonable to meditate that way. Other questions or shares?
I was really into the meditation, and I was like getting really deep into it. And my cat goes outside, and it brings in like dust and stuff, and it gives me like really bad allergies. And it wasn't bothering me until I got like really deep into meditation. And I had to blow my nose, and I bring my bandana handkerchief with me. So it was really weird, and it just like I had like a sensation where I really needed to blow my nose. I had to wipe my. It's kind of gross, but like I just wiped it on my sleeve, and I felt a sensation. It was like really like it was so. My eye started a tear fell out of my eye, and ruined because I was so deep into it, and I was like taken out of it, like really like and it like jarred out of it. And then I stuck with it. I opened my eyes for a little bit, and then I stuck with it and went back, But it was a really strange sensation. I don't know if it's just because I'd settled down, or because I was actually deep meditating, but yeah.
Sort of like a metaphor.
Probably. Yeah, it was like maybe it was yeah.
Good stuff happens, and then it just gets ripped away.
Yeah, it was really amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, just 1 second. Something that came up regarding that might be useful for all of us is, in the long run, what we're going for is a certain kind of stance on experience, which is, we talked actually yesterday or 2 days ago in class about equanimity. Mm-hmm. How many people have heard of that word, equanimity? Okay, so most of the room. This is this non-resistance to what's happening. So we're going for that, not as a rule, but as an option. At any given moment, I can be with what's happening, whatever it is, no problem. So sometimes in meditation practice, really pleasant things will happen. And it's really nice, and it's deep and still and peaceful. And then your nose starts running.
I tried to let it run, because I had that in mind, but I let it run as much as I could. And it gets to the point where it was like almost unbearable, and that's where the tear came out of my eye. I never let it go so far. And then and then by the end, it was as if it never happened. It was really, really cool. But
great.
Yeah, I was afraid to do it, and then I ended up doing it and seeing how far I could take it.
Yeah, interesting to practice with.
Yeah.
You had a question or a comment?
Yeah, I was afraid that I would comment better. I went through hell for about 18 months. While I meditate, I try to release everything, and inside this rage. Having a hard time.
Having a hard time with rage.
Yeah, because I went through so many bad experiences. It doesn't come back verbal. I've got post-traumatic stress disorder, and 70% disabled. Yeah. So that's one of the reasons I'm trying to. But I still get that rage when I'm free, clear of my thoughts.
It's there waiting for you.
Huh?
It's kind of there waiting for you.
Yeah. I don't know how to release that. Get rid of it. Sometimes it's okay. But other times it's incredible.
Yeah, way too much to hold
Yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah, I was under tension every single day.
Yeah.
24/7 tension.
Yeah, that's going to stress any nervous system. It's
Would you like to release that? Or?
well, you know, the way that mindfulness approaches something like that, it's sort of what you're talking about is stored emotion in the body, trauma, in a sense. So we're looking for, in the long run, we're looking for equanimity again, being able to be with those sensations in a way that allows them to just flow and be there. And in so doing, it's like they release because we don't need them to release anymore. Just becomes so okay that they're there. That actually provides the relief. But to get to that point, there's a really delicate balance of bearing down and backing off. So maybe you just dip your toe into those sensations and then, oh, okay, it's too much. And go back to a practice that feels soothing. Like you were saying, the sensations in your hands is a good way to ground. So that could be like a backing off strategy.
How about your stove where you look at the art system, just let it out?
How's that for you? I've never tried it, so I don't know.
I did it once, it was devastating for about 100 people. Early days of the stove. And it was devastating. But then again, I've done it could depend on emotion. But the bottle stuff up inside, you don't release it, it's going to get worse. Figure out maybe a combination of both backing off and letting it out.
Yeah, that's certainly the way that mindfulness looks at it. And we'll actually go through some practices that are kind of turning toward and some practices that are backing off. So for breath awareness, for people who found that soothing, that's a good resource. You can put that in your toolkit. If breathing is not soothing, the sensations in your hands might be a soothing resource that can go in your toolkit. Times when you're stressed, it's a place to turn for kind of refuge without checking out of the present moment, without having to go off into painful rumination or compulsive eating or whatever your thing is. So the broad view here is each one of us has an emotional toolkit, a set of strategies for regulating our emotion. And some of these strategies are helpful and some of them are maybe not so skillful. We learn them from our caregivers usually, very, very early on in life. So it's not like we choose them. It's just the toolkit that gets passed down through the family system behaviorally usually. So we watch the way our parents regulate their emotions and we pick up those tools as our limbic systems are forming. So this is like first 3 years of life. So the objective here is bring mindfulness in to examine when we're using these tools and what they are, and then swapping out the ones that aren't working. So for example, most of us use thinking to regulate our emotion at times. Often this takes the form of rumination. We're just kind of running a story, and maybe it seems like we're getting to a solution to a problem or something, but it kind of just plays on a loop over and over again. And you might notice that there's some emotion being generated by the thinking. And usually it's not a pleasant emotion. Show of hands for this phenomenon. Okay. So each one of us has our own set of emotions that we'll generate, and we learn to do that. One of the more common ones is anger. And I really want to say anger is not a bad emotion. There are no bad emotions. Right, Kim? However, if the mind is engaged in this looping rumination and just generating afflictive feeling, we can interrupt that. So that would be an example of, okay, the system is using a tool that it learned, but I don't actually want to use that tool. I want to do something different. So following the sensations of breathing. Or what we're going to do next is a practice called loving kindness, where we're cultivating a positive state of mind. So again, we're sort of using thinking to manipulate experience, but we're not using thinking to manipulate experience in a painful way. We're not generating anger or despair. We're using thinking to generate positivity. So this could be another new tool that might become part of your toolkit. Other examples of emotion regulation tools that you might or might not have. Some of us think to connect when we're out of balance emotionally. For some of us, it's a natural inclination to call a friend or a loved one. Others feel like it's not safe to connect in times when we're emotionally out of balance. Generally speaking, from a healthy psychological perspective, we would say it is a useful resource to find people that you can connect with and rely on them. So that's a tool that you might want to reinforce if it's a struggle for you, and we can talk more about that. I'm happy to talk to you in private about that too. Suppression. Some people have learned to shut off their emotional system. So maybe you experience emotion as a kind of a sense, like, oh yeah, I'm happy, or oh yeah, of course I'm angry right now, but it's not a feeling. And to unwind suppression, there are practices we can do to open up to the actual sensations of emotion in our bodies. And we'll do one of those later. Some of us withdraw when we're out of balance emotionally. We want to seclude, isolate until we come back. That tends to be a very inefficient way of regulating emotion. It could take a really long time to come back into balance when we're on our own. So that might be a tool that you want to swap out if you start to notice that you're doing that. And some of us use substances and some of us use addictive behaviors, talking about everything from like really hardcore addiction to just this, subtle like, oh, I want a piece of chocolate right now. I'm not really hungry, but I just want one because I'm a little bit stressed out and that makes me feel better. There's this huge spectrum of the way that we use substances and behaviors to balance us out. So not to demonize ourselves or pathologize or think that we're all messed up, just to bring some more awareness to that. These are things we learned before we had any choice. They were a matter of learning how to survive as a really, really young one. And now we can reassess the situation. We're going to get into loving kindness in a moment, but any questions about that before we do? Okay. So loving kindness, as I mentioned, is an antidote for afflictive thinking, an antidote for rumination. How many people have practiced this before? Okay. So in this practice, different people teach this in different ways. The way that I set it up is we're bringing to mind an image of a person who reliably evokes a state of mind that is kind, accepting, calm. And it might be a different person on each day or on different days. It might not be the closest person to you. Sometimes our close relationships are complicated to the point where they're not really reliable for this exercise, and there's nothing wrong with that. So maybe you pick the neighbor or one of your nephews or, the kid that rides his bike down the street every day, whatever it is. And over time, you'll come up with some of these reliable resources. But the notion is we're holding this image in our minds and we're sending well wishes to this person. So I use a phrase, may you be peaceful, and repeat that phrase over and over again while thinking of that person. But we're not beaming kindness into the astral plane, at least not the way I like to think about it. We're cultivating a state of mind in our own body-mind system. And the image and the words are tools to help us recall what that state of mind is. And a mind state isn't necessarily a sensation. It doesn't necessarily feel good. It's a view. It's like a lens through which we see the world. So you might have an experience where you're angry and you realize, oh yeah, I'm angry and everyone seems hostile right now. You know? They're all a bunch of punks. That's the way the emotion of anger creates this view. It's like we're wearing angry goggles, you know? Similarly with sadness. There's the feeling of sadness, and then there's this view, oh, the world is just a depressing place. Part of the emotional experience is this like goggles, the mind state that we put on. So with kindness, with loving kindness, we're putting on that mind state. We're putting on that set of goggles. The reason I don't like to make it about cultivating a feeling is because if it's just the goggles, we can be feeling anything. So maybe that sadness is still present. Maybe that anger is still present. But I can find a way to cultivate a kind state of mind that views those sensations. A space in which all that can happen, that is accepting and kind and calm and doesn't need anything to change. You want to try it? Okay. We're going to try this practice seated, and then I'm going to ring a bell, and we're all going to get up and continue the practice walking. So we'll do about 25 minutes seated, and then when we get into the walking meditation, the idea would be to find a place where you can walk back and forth, maybe 8 or 10 paces in each direction, where you're not going to bump into anyone else. And it's fine to use the lobby if you want. Just walking back and forth and continuing the same technique. So settling back in, checking for any unnecessary tension, any tension that can be relaxed. As you come back into that comfortable balance, take a mental snapshot. This is what my meditation posture feels like. Over time, this position can get associated with being mindful, being alert and calm. So each time we sit, we check in with that snapshot. And take a moment to rifle through your mental Rolodex, searching for a person who, in this moment, evokes a state of mind that is kind, calm, and accepting. It might be a loved one or a friend or an acquaintance. It might even be a public figure, someone you admire or read about. I would say it could even be a pet. And holding the image of this person in mind as clearly as possible, we'll begin reciting phrases, sending well wishes to this person. If you do this practice and you have your own phrases, you're welcome to use yours. And if you'd like to use yourself as the image, you're welcome to do that as well. The phrase I'll be using today is, may you be peaceful. May you be peaceful. Continuously repeating the phrase, holding the image, but really focusing on the state of mind. When is that kind view present? And can I maintain it? So you might notice unpleasant emotions come up, unpleasant sensations, distracting thoughts. And as usual, the idea would be to let all that stuff be. Just go on in the background. And see if you can see it all through the eyes of kindness. Maintaining that kind mind state and using the phrase and the image to remind you what that mind state feels like. May you be peaceful. May you be peaceful. May you be peaceful. So this mind state is sometimes a tricky thing to get a hang of, to get the hang of. So if you're kind of guessing and groping, trying to figure out what that what that is, that's okay. The curiosity itself will build up your concentration. And you might decide not to use the phrases or not to use the image. Maybe just one of them helps you. Or maybe some days you just switch on that state of mind without any phrases or image at all. Really feeling free to make the practice yours. So we've been talking a lot about letting things be. And I want to acknowledge a contradiction, which is that in this practice, we are cultivating something specific, which is this kind, accepting state of mind. So see how much you can pour your attention into that. Can you sustain that state like an unbroken stream of water. Where's the balance between effort and relaxation? So in a moment, we're going to transition into walking meditation. And there's an optional adjustment to the technique that you might find helpful. Since we'll have our eyes open, I like to adjust the phrase to, may all beings be peaceful, may all beings be peaceful, may all beings be peaceful, and consider radiating this kindness out. So rather than thinking of a person in the mind, we're looking out, radiating kindness out. So without breaking the technique, finding a place in the room where you can walk. And walking at a pace that feels comfortable to you. So without breaking the technique, let's all return to our seats and we'll finish up the meditation seated. I know I said we're going for equanimity. We're just letting things be as they are. But for a moment, allow yourself to notice anything that feels good. Anything that feels good in your experience right now. Maybe we're going for equanimity in the long run, but part of the process of taking up meditation involves falling in love with the benefits of it. Even though every good feeling and every bad feeling ends. In a moment, I'll ring the bell and then we'll take about a 10-minute break. See if you can keep the practice going when you get up to take the break. I'll suggest that we all stay in silence. And if you can, stay off your phone. It's fine to take notes if at some point that feels supportive.
Is that an organization? Sure.
Yes, straight.
Yeah. Is that what this is? Was it an organization or a group or?
Just founded. First community.
What?
First community. But living on the exit. There's no.
So this guy doesn't know. He knows what's going on.
Basically creating he's been a friend for years. We've met together for probably 6, 7 years. The head teacher,
So they integrate Buddhist philosophy with Western culture. Which is this like, it's just blowing my mind.
It's just that an insight that kind of necessarily comes before
Yeah, I tried it. I did mindfulness about 40 years ago. And I just cleared my mind and started walking. And I think what else is weird? The Buddhist guy teach how to walk or yeah. He's a good guy. He did a walking meditation. I don't know. It's good. What are those 3 words you said? I am protocol. What are you using right now? Who? Everyone's all maybe. In other words, this one is I am peaceful. May I be peaceful. And then may we all may I be peaceful. That works. I probably didn't do it every single day. What happens if you don't do it every day? You just have to.
Some people want to stay in silence during the retreats. Thanks. So one thing I noticed is that sometimes when when people are practicing for extended periods like this, there's a tendency to get really serious about it. And maybe that's just what's coming up. Sometimes uncomfortable emotions come up, and that's fine. That's part of what this is for, and it's fine. But we're not trying to change who we are. You know, there's no like spiritual way to be. So it's okay to be playful, and it's okay to be carefree and childlike, and whatever other thing starts to seem not cool or off the list, it's not off the list. There's space for everything. So before we get into the next practice, any questions or feedback, shares about what's been coming up?
I love loving kindness. That always does the trick for me. And that peace to all living beings. What was the exact? What were we saying?
May all beings be peaceful.
That was
Great. That's a fun one to do out and about.
It made sense moving because you're interacting with other beings.
Mm-hmm. Did you notice any difference in your experience once you came back to sit down?
Oh yeah, it was like, oh my god, it was like I felt overwhelmed with like joy and happiness, and it settled
Mm-hmm.
to just like calm, peaceful.
Cool.
Yeah, that was great. I love that.
Great. So that's a good one for you.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody else?
So being new,
Mhm.
I've been like focusing on 1,000 other things. But that one I realized like I could really come back to it all. It was the easiest one for me thus far.
Great.
So at least to stay focused on.
Mm-hmm. Great. Yeah. Besides helping us get in touch with a kind state of mind, it's really good for concentration.
Yeah.
Sounds like what you're noticing.
Yes.
Terrific. When I practice, I do many different things, and this is one thing that I do almost every day, loving kindness practice. And I usually start my meditation with it because it's so helpful to get focused. Mm-hmm.
This might be because I'm new also. I don't know, but when you were mentioning like the I forget what you call them, but like the ways that we regulate our
Emotions.
I related to the suppression,
Mhm.
you know, with like basically like with obsession and stuff like that. And then I at the end of that meditation when we sat down and you said to kind of I forget what you said, but kind of scan your body to see what feels good.
Mhm.
Nothing felt good, but nothing felt bad. I don't know how to explain it, but I don't know what feels good and what feels bad. It's a strange thing. I don't know how to explain it.
You don't often have body sensations.
I don't know, and if I do, I think that I identify them as bad or wrong. I don't know how. It's the strangest thing. I don't know. Not to get like too deep into my story or whatever, but I went to like a therapist when I was 30 for the first time, and I like told her something, and she asked me how I felt about it, and I kept repeating, well, I think I feel this way, and she kept stopping me and saying, "I want to know how you feel."
Mm-hmm.
And after doing that, like going back and forth, I basically realized I don't know what I feel, or I don't feel anything, And but that's what I got at the end of that. I don't know. It was nice. It was pleasant,
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't get any like reverberating, sensations of like feeling good, because I've got those of like discomfort from too much thinking, but there is no like inverse to that. Then just nothingness.
So you do experience sensations that are uncomfortable.
Yes, that's the only ones I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pleasant. You said you felt pleasant. That's
Yeah, but then it was just because of the absence of feeling discomfort.
Uh-huh.
That's something.
Yeah.
There's a thing called the negativity bias. This is the notion that the way we're wired, we focus on uncomfortable, unpleasant, potentially threatening in order to keep us alive, would be the idea. So negative stuff, unpleasant stuff gets priority in the ordering scheme when things are getting filed into consciousness. So it's pretty common that, at the very least, that people will have more familiarity with unpleasant sensation than pleasant. The unpleasant will take center stage. But over time, it'll change. And the practice that we're about to get into is a way to open up more clarity in the feeling system, particularly with respect to emotion. So I'm curious to hear how that one goes for you. Anyone else? There was another hand up, I thought. Yeah.
Found it very distressing.
Loving kindness.
Yeah, which is usually not the case for me.
What happened?
Just felt a lot of judgment and criteria around who I selected as the person that would be most easy to love. It's probably just a very challenging year for me, but it's usually simpler to find that person. And I felt like I was kind of searching, and everybody that came up that almost in theory was someone that I love unconditionally. There's a lot of conditions that simply came up around why that's a difficult choice to make kind of the focus of my attention.
And you judged yourself for...
And of course I judged myself for feeling that. So,
Yeah.
I ended up going with myself because I feel I'm probably in most need of self-love. And that was the most skillful choice for me at the time. But with that, of course, came plenty of self-deprecation. So it wasn't an easy one.
So part of you thought you deserved it and part of you thought you didn't.
Right.
Yeah. Anyone else struggle to come up with a person or?
I did, or I judged the people I picked, not that they weren't worthy, but that what it said about me that I was picking them. Like, if that's who I've got to choose, then what are you am I? And then I ended up with folks who I don't know, Rachel Maddow, sort of into Rachel Maddow, Obama, Tejal, and my dog. So somewhere between there, I found something that worked out for me. But yeah, I was struggling with it.
Yeah, and
I started out really enjoying it very much. And then when we stood up, it was like my body I just got so angry at the person. It really changed a lot for me at that moment. And I even noticed that I was walking really fast. And I was to the other room because I was going to bump into everybody. So I kind of had to revise my vision.
switch to a different person.
Different
image.
And my cat.
Mhm.
And then back again. So calm down. I thought that was interesting.
Mm-hmm. Certainly a useful way to work. People, one moment a person makes us feel good or evokes that state of mind, and then another moment or on another day, or maybe you've had an argument, whatever it is, and then it's just different. There's nothing so concrete. We think that just because someone's our friend, that means that we'll just be overwhelmed with well-being every time we think of that person. But relationships are so complex. So I think it's a very unreasonable expectation that there will be depth in a relationship without conflict. And if you're trying to find a resource in that moment that will evoke that state of mind, then exactly what you did is what I would do. Just swap out for someone else. No big deal.
Yeah, that worked.
Mm-hmm.
And then I could go back to the original person.
Mm-hmm. The way the Buddhists practice this is eventually they'll cycle through different groups of people. So time for loved ones, time for neutral people, acquaintances, people you see on the street, random people that you've come across, time for difficult people, and actually working with those feelings that come up, making space for the anger, the judgment, and all that stuff. So that might be an interesting thing to play with over time also. And you had a question, Phoebe?
That's what I kind of played with. When you said it could be a lens, I sort of hooked onto that, and so I was practicing with difficult people at work, which is kind of what I came here today about. And I think that was an interesting tool for my mind to at least try to watch the movie of what if we could interact peacefully, because finding a lot of irritation come up with being in a work environment where other people are about money, talk, superficial, and I'm sort of not on that path, but just giving my mind at least like, well, what would that look like to peacefully coexist, and just holding a space for that. It was really interesting. It was almost just like watching a movie play out, instead of like, what would it look like if you could just be with the irritation, but accept and
just coexist with with them doing their money thing and you doing your other thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, I found it very expanding. Like, maybe that's another picture.
Cool. So now we're going to dig into one more technique. And this is called noting feeling states. Some of you have done this with me before or with other people. Show of hands, noting feeling states. Okay. So in this practice, where we were talking about bearing down versus backing off, or turning away versus turning towards, that kind of thing, in the sense that we're coming up with a bunch of mindful strategies to put into our toolkit. And some of them will involve turning away from things that are uncomfortable towards something that is soothing. Sensations in our hands, maybe sensations of breathing, maybe loving kindness, if that's meaningful and supportive for you. So we're still anchored in the present moment, but we're doing something soothing for the system, bringing ourselves back into balance. I would call that turning away or backing off. Then turning toward, we're talking about practices where we are finding ways to gently, kindly dip into what might be uncomfortable. And in this case, we'll be looking at emotion as it plays out in the body. So not all emotion is uncomfortable, just because of the negativity bias, it tends to be more so than not. And here we're not trying to change what we're feeling at all, just noticing the sensations that make up emotion. So our attention will be anchored in the physical body, the front of the torso, the chest, throat, the face, feeling those parts of the body. It's helpful to stay very relaxed, and we're feeling for sensations that seem to be emotional in nature. How many people feel emotion in their bodies? Okay, yeah. So we kind of fall into two camps, or two extremes. One extreme is, I don't feel anything, ever. And the other extreme is, I feel everything and it's totally overwhelming. So we're trying to kind of find the middle here. So for those of you who don't feel emotion as sensation, maybe it's just a sense. Oh yeah, like I'm angry, but I have no idea how I feel that. The idea here would be just to keep attention anchored in the body, holding an open space, not needing anything to arise, but sort of curious, like, oh yeah, I have this notion that I might be a little irritated right now. Is there any sensation that might be part of that irritation? Any body sensation that might be an aspect of irritation? And sort of like let your intuition support you in that. It might feel like you're just guessing, And it might feel like you're guessing for weeks or even for months if you keep doing this practice, but it will eventually resolve. That more resolution will come into this. If you learned suppression when you were young, it can take a while to uncork that bottle. It was put on there for a reason. Like, oh no, we're not supposed to feel this. This is not what this family does. We don't feel sadness or whatever it is, or anything. So when we start looking, the system can kind of go, no, you don't actually want to feel that. No, we don't feel that. And there's a little bit of pushback sometimes. Maybe the mind gets really active. Whatever happens, just holding an open space, coming back to the body. And if you find the practice irritating in a way, all the better, because then you've got something to explore. Like, oh, now I'm annoyed about this technique. Do I feel that somewhere? Is that a sensation? And any reaction to the technique can become another opportunity for investigation. So we're just recycling the reactions and feeling moment by moment what's happening. The actual procedure is we're using mental labels. So our attention is anchored in the body in the places I was describing: face, the throat, the chest, belly. And we're using mental labels moment by moment to acknowledge if there's an emotion present and we know it by name, we can label that emotion. Anger, fear, sadness, surprise, disgust, happiness, love, so on and so forth. If there's an emotional sensation and you're not sure what it is, you can use the label something, and that's fine. And if there's no emotional sensation present, you can use the label rest or calm or peace. In all cases, just exploring the physical contour, the physical attributes, the size, the shape, the texture, any sense of change over time. Is it getting bigger or smaller, more intense, less intense? Or if I don't feel anything, what does this restful state feel like? How much can I soak into this experience of emotional rest, of peace? Make sense? Any questions before we try it? Okay. And one last thing, if you notice that you're feeling the same sensation over and over again, there's nothing wrong with that and there's nothing you need to change. But it might be an opportunity to notice variation over time. So if it just seems to be a wash of sadness, for example, how is it changing over time? Is it made up of waves? Do they come and go? Does it change in intensity? Does it move through the body? Stuff like that. So off we go. So settling into the posture, anchoring your attention in your body, paying attention for the arising of sensations that seem to be emotional. If in a given moment you notice a sensation that seems to be emotional and you recognize the emotion, give it a label in your mind and stay with that sensation or set of sensations for a second or two. If in a given moment you notice an emotional sensation but you're not sure what it is, you can use the label something, and again, pour your attention into those sensations for a moment or two. And if in a given moment there's no emotion present, you can use the label rest or calm and pour your attention into that experience. Nothing you need to change, no right or wrong feeling. I'll do a few labels out loud just so you have a sense of the pace. Calm, Sadness? Don't know. Something. Sadness. Peace. You get the idea. So we're going for equanimity here. Maintaining a stance that just allows things to be pleasant and unpleasant, neutral, just to flow through. And some of that is unpleasant, so it might be a little uncomfortable, a little challenging. But you're the driver. You have control of the gas and the brake. So if it gets to the point where it feels unproductive, too intense, switch techniques. Switch to something that balances you out, that allows you to back off. Always choosing for yourself when to lean in and when to lean back. Often our attention will go to the most conspicuous sensations, the loudest, the most obvious. So it could be interesting to explore what is present on a more subtle level. Maybe out on the edges, far out on the edges of the body, or hiding behind the loud stuff. Or maybe there's a part of the body where something emotional is going on and you hadn't noticed, like in your face. Now, just as an experiment, see if you can continue the noting feeling states technique, if that's what you're doing, and bring in the kind mind state at the same time. So continuing to label emotions or emotional rest, focusing on the body, and holding that kind, accepting lens. So in a moment, I'm going to ring the bell, and we're going to continue the practice walking. And you're welcome to do it with the kind mind state, or just noting feeling states technique without any particular state of mind. Let's see if you can keep the practice continuous from now until you're in your walking position. So once more, without breaking the technique, let's return to our seats and we'll finish up seated. So how did that go?
Okay, ended up taking it into a cognitive place, which is sort of my thing anyway. But I wondered, or I came to this sense that the thing that I always think is a feeling of nothing might have actually just been the feeling of peace. Which is nice.
What does it feel like to you?
I don't know if I have a way of describing it in physical sensation. That's a little bit lost to me. But I think again, the cognitive idea of feeling nothing feels negative to me, or I have negative connotations of. So the idea that that might just be fine as it is feels somehow pleasant. I don't know quite how to describe it in terms of a sensation.
Just the reframe is making you feel easier about it, go easier on yourself about it. Cool. Mm-hmm.
I felt like there was some perfectionism of there's certain emotions without even realizing it. I'll just push away because I can't be allowed to have something that's not, it's maybe, not acceptable and just trying to allow some space for that of, oh, I'm allowed to have any feeling that just comes up was really released a lot of tension. Like I felt like a lot of neck tension just kind of went because without realizing it, I think there's just a lot of avoidance of things if it's not what I cognitively think us should think. And then it was just interesting to just see it, and then it just went away. So
It's actually okay to feel
Yeah.
all of these things.
Yeah.
And all of that muscular tension was a product of the resistance that you
Yes.
were unconsciously carrying out. Great. Good observation. Stephanie?
I think this technique for me tends to produce a lot of narrative, which then produces frustration, so I'm constantly having to bring it line, I guess. Okay, I'm feeling this way, and then I'll start to create backstory as to why I'm feeling that way. And then, no, that's what's wrong. Sometimes it can be frustrating.
Yeah. And sometimes it sounds like it doesn't always seem productive when it gets like that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Whereas like the rest of the day today, it's flowed pretty well, right? So I felt a little bit more chaos.
Yeah, this one can be challenging.
Yeah.
The way that you worked with that by switching to loving kindness is certainly a reasonable, skillful thing to do. A couple other technique ideas came to mind. Are you open to that?
Sure.
Okay. One of them is and you know this technique actually, there are times when the whole internal system is kind of erupting. So we have internal sensations, emotional sensations, thoughts, which could be images or words, or a combination of both. So in a sense, we have a feel system, we have hearing, internal talk, and we have internal image. These three like points on the triangle that make up the internal system. I'm saying this to you even though I know you already know this because we just talked about this.
Here.
Yeah, so
It's just the one.
yeah, for the sake of everyone else. Wait, what was your response?
This is the one that was so hard for me.
The one that was so hard. It's very hard. It's not an easy technique. So maybe in the long term.
Yeah. I thought about it this week.
Okay.
Maybe that's why I'm resisting it. I don't know.
For the sake of the room, just to articulate how this would work. So then your labels would be see, hear, and feel. In any given moment, if your attention is drawn to an internal body sensation that seems to be emotional, you would label feel. If in a given moment your attention was drawn to internal talk, words, that narrative, the tape, you would label hear. And if your attention was drawn to an internal image, you would label see. And it just runs like that. So you're in chaos, it's havoc, and you're just see, hear, see, feel, see, hear. Sometimes it's helpful, sometimes it's triggering, but that's an option. Another option is if it's a particular sensation or a particular set of sensations that's really difficult to be with, sometimes it's easier to, I have a bias for mental labels, so I use a lot of practices with labels. Sometimes it's easier to label for intensity rather than naming the type of emotion. So there you are sitting with this discomfort and you might use labels like more, less, and same, or more, less, same, gone. And you're basically just monitoring, does the intensity go up? Does the intensity go down? Does it stay the same? more or less same, or gone if you notice that it vanished, the sensation vanished. That can help to disidentify, or even to use numbers in the same way, like on a scale of 0 to 5, something like that. And yeah, in the back. I forgot your name, I'm sorry.
Harvey.
Herbie?
Harvey.
Arby. Yeah.
It's just that when I break away all this stuff of the thoughts, the images, I take a step and it's just taking steps. It's no thought processes. It's just feeling the steps. And then I get this feeling of bliss and love. And then all of a sudden it just seems like this energy just shoots through, and I had that tonight actually, and I can't control it. It just goes. I let it go. But other times I just get these negative feelings from people. If they're walking down the street. So my thinking is how to control the emotions I'm getting from other people. And so I take my zazen, my meditation is just walking, thinking, the no thought process, no mind. And that's the God consciousness. And that's what I'm really trying, because God, Lord Jesus Christ, everything is right inside of all of us. It's the divine center, and I'm trying to find that center. That's what I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But it's got to go out for everybody. The more you put out, the more love you put out, the more love you're going to get back. And it's just trying to work those barriers out.
Yeah, great. That seems like a very wholesome way to hold practice. Thank you. Mikey?
Yeah, I was just going to say this felt a little bit more even keel for me. Probably a little more wakefulness. Thank you, Black Tea. But it was a little bit more kind of energized, and I was able to get deep into the set. I think I actually luckily avoided the narrative because I didn't get too much into like pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral, because that's where the judgments start kind of spiraling off me. But just kind of labeling, just noting without the labeling of like what the quality of it is.
Gotcha.
I think it was just a very kind of fluid process, and I got deep into it. In fact, when I stood up, though, I kind of felt like, because I was so deep into the sitting portion of it, it almost like physically kind of off balanced me, and I noticed that my walk was a lot more stumbly than the prior walk.
Mm-hmm.
So that was just the things that kind of came through that one.
Cool. So that I'm glad you pointed that out about noting versus labeling. So you were just staying with the flow of sensation without using words in your mind.
Right.
Yeah. So that's totally an option for anyone who wants to do that. Just staying with the flow of emotion without coming up with names for the emotions. The labeling is like a feedback mechanism to keep us focused, that it might not be necessary. Cool observations. That disorientation is that's actually a form of PT, like body energy. That because we're not essentially we can become so absorbed in the flow of sensation that becomes like a new sort of ground, and the actual ground of gravity and the way our physical body is oriented becomes secondary, and then you get up and it's like, oh no, I actually have to be able to use my muscles. Yeah, that's cool. Uh-huh.
I would definitely describe it as chaos, but like it was like a safe chaos. But the notable thing I get, and I noticed it twice, going from the moving meditation to the sitting meditation is like this like really beautiful like surge, like ecstasy or something. I don't know. It's like physical, and it happened twice. And like that's rad. I don't know how to explain that. Like the transition from moving to sitting.
Yeah, it's very likely.
It's like I don't know. How would you describe that?
I'm glad to hear you say that. That was by design.
Okay.
What that is it's a sort of bliss that comes as a result of concentration. It's part of the package of sensations and like mental circuits that makes up meditative concentration. And the process of getting up and continuing the technique challenges the concentration. It's like we're juggling an extra ball because now we have to walk and stay balanced and still do the technique. So then you sit back down and you've kind of revved up. You've got all this extra concentration because you've been doing this more complicated task. The mind gets used to it, and then you sit back down and you notice, oh, there's this rush of well-being that comes just from the concentration itself. And that, if that happens, it's really easy to get hooked on. And
Oh, yeah, that was like the highest, only lasts for a second.
right. It's possible to hold that lightly enough that it will stay.
Yeah, I definitely, it kind of,
It faded down, right?
yeah, but it's still good.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It's nice to appreciate things like that and to let that be a motivation for practice and know that they always come and go. They're, passing states. So, great. Anybody else?
That was amazing for me. I have a great deal of grief, and that lives with me, and it hurts quite a bit. And to be able to bring to bear the loving kindness on that kind of was completed the circuit. To use the loving kindness that was given to me by the person that I lost to cure the pain of the loss was really good. I can tell it's going to take more work. That was, for me, it was an amazing step forward.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And Patrick, yeah.
For like a long time, probably decades, I've had like a Rolodex of narratives I use to like make myself feel bad. So it's not a strange thing. I do, whatever. And just lately, I think today's like day 6 or day 7 that I've had the time and opportunity to meditate like on my own and one when I wake up, and I've been doing it. And it's been working. 2, do exactly what the last exercise does, which is basically like run some of these narratives. And long story short, I was running these narratives and they weren't affecting me the way they usually do. They like attack parts of my body, when I run the narratives. And I was doing it now and it wasn't happening, and then I was running like other narratives, positive narratives, and I was feeling a little bit of like, I don't even know the word. I couldn't use the word to label, find a comfort, like feeling all right, or like the absence of like the discomfort and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever it was really. Oh yeah, so for a long time I've always like heard the concept of getting a little bit of distance from these things. So I just got the distance right now. And I don't know if I'm like a changed man, what's going on, you know what I mean? But I just got the distance right now. I read the narrative, I was just a distance from it. I didn't have a visceral reaction to it, And I also like had some grief too, and I was like walking one way and some of that like overwhelming sadness was about to come up, and I turned around and I walked away from it, which is, that is probably a different story for a different day to handle that. That's like a new thing, and it just changed, and it changed, I don't know, it changed like the grief was just kind of suppressed for the moment, but that was a very profound experience for me.
Yeah. So you're seeing the way forward, the way to use these tools to open up space for you.
Yeah, I've been hearing about it for years, and maybe I try to do it on my own for too long, or I just haven't put the time and effort into it, And I also know that like time and effort into this stuff just creates results.
Yeah.
I understand you can't do this and not gain the results that everybody talks about. I know, like everybody I talk to about like meditation and stuff like this puts the dividends they receive is all a result of the effort they put into doing it.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really glad you mentioned that too, because I want to remind everyone at the end about actually having a practice outside of spaces like this. It's so important. And I'm thrilled that you're like through your first week.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah, first time in my life, yeah. After like known about meditation for over 10, 12, 15 years now.
Oh man, yeah. Great to hear. I wrote practice with an exclamation point. So let's see. It's 5:30. We're getting there. I want to do a little bit of loving kindness practice, and then we're going to do a gentle relational mindfulness exercise to wrap up. And if that scared you, I'm not talking to you, Kim. I'm just talking to everybody. It's scary, and you know it's the thing that you want. Okay. So, once more. So we're coming back to this loving kindness practice. And I've practiced this in so many ways, and people teach it in so many ways. So let's be loose about it. Maybe there's an invitation to let the loving kindness mind state be your focus. But see, do you want to hold an image of a person, an image of yourself? Do you want to use a phrase? May you be peaceful. May all beings be peaceful. I love you. Experiment a little bit and see what works for you today. Whatever helps you to evoke and maintain that kind, accepting state of mind, that view. These are the last few minutes of formal individual meditation in the day. So let's make them count. That might mean more energy. It might mean more kindness. It might mean cutting the effort in half. Just relaxing into the way things are. So there are many studies that have been done on well-being, and the conclusion that has been derived, particularly recently, is that well-being is connected to neural integration, which is the extent to which different regions of the brain are well connected, talking to each other well. And conversely, the lack of well-being, measures of suffering and all sorts of different aspects, are connected to a lack of neural integration, different regions of the brain not speaking to each other well. So two things increase neural integration. Can you guess what they are?
I know one is meditation.
All right, one is meditation, yep. Mm-hmm.
Connection.
That's it. Yep. Connection. So sometimes people come to meditation circles thinking that they're going to eventually transcend the need to connect. And that's not true. Actually, we need both of these things. Ideally, for maximum well-being, we would be using mindfulness tools, meditating, having a practice, and we would be connecting. And not just connecting, but connecting in a meaningful way, which to me means connecting in a way that there's attunement. So my attention is on you and you know that. Your attention is on me and I know that. And there's empathy. So I have some sense of how you're feeling and you have some sense of how I'm feeling as a physical sensation. Like I can feel it, you can feel it. You know, that'll happen sometimes and it doesn't happen other times. But it's not confined to your intimate partner or your deepest, most meaningful relationships. We can have attunement and empathy on the checkout line. And those of you who have sat with me before, I say things like this a lot. In other words, there are opportunities throughout the day to get a hit of connection. And that is something that resources us, that provides well-being. So to see the world in that way is really nice. And it's not only beneficial for us, it's also benefiting everyone on the other side of those exchanges. So to that end, I want to open this up just a little bit to the relational field and what that can feel like and what benefit there might be there for us. So I'd like to have everyone sit in a chair. And without words, we're just going to get these brief experiences of what it feels like to attune and what the empathetic experience is of connecting to another person. So we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Okay, so I will participate. So each one of us is going to find someone across the circle and just set your gaze on that person. It doesn't have to be a staring contest, so, look away when you need to look away. Could you close the door? We're just finishing up a workshop. Thanks. And just notice how your body experience changes, what it feels like to take this person in. And there's no right answer here. Same deal. Unpleasant, pleasant. We're just noticing. Relaxing to the extent that we can. And acknowledging whomever you've been focusing on. And then we'll all close our eyes for a second and just settle. Grounding, coming back to your own experience. Allowing your breath to be full. Some people have a tendency to lose their sense of themselves in connection. So they only connect and they only feel the other person's feelings. Other people only feel their own feelings. And some people feel neither. In the long run, we're going for being able to hold both at the same time. So when you're ready, you can open your eyes and find someone else somewhere across the circle. Make sure you know who you're connecting with. And how does this connection feel? Are you with your own experience? Is there some space for how the other person is doing or seems to be doing? Are you breathing? And closing your eyes when you're ready. Each pairing is its own experience. Often fear will arise in situations like this if connection is uncomfortable for you. And it's actually a good sign in a way. You're leaning out of your comfort zone. Maybe a chance to be seen in a way that part of you really wants to be. So opening your eyes once more, finding someone else. And this time, see if you can note feeling states in your mind while connecting. Is your face tight? Are you allowing yourself to express emotion? Is there some space for the other person's feelings even while you're labeling your own? And acknowledging this partner, we'll close our eyes once more. So this is an exercise you can kind of play this game covertly as you go through your day. Feel free to open your eyes when you're feeling complete. It seems like there is a group coming in right at 6 o'clock, and it's 5:52. So we're going to get into wrap-up mode. There are a few minutes for questions or shares about that exercise before closing remarks. Anyone have anything they'd like to add or share or ask? Okay. I'm touched by your practice. I feel like it could be anyone holding space here. Just the fact that people are coming together to do this is very meaningful. And it's a crazy time. So thank you for dedicating your time to cultivating kindness and empathy and emotional intelligence, mindfulness. Good work. And sometimes it feels really good, so. A couple of thoughts to leave you with. I'm just going to go ahead and add everyone to my mailing list. So if you don't want that, just click the unsubscribe button, and my apologies. It's easier than passing around a clipboard. I send out articles that I write every week or two, maybe every 3 weeks at most. Tips about mindfulness, ways to use mindfulness in your daily life. And occasionally I'll teach classes. Sometimes they're here, sometimes they're elsewhere. I rent space down in Mar Vista. Once in a while, I'm on the east side, and I might start showing up in North Hollywood. Does anyone live up in the valley or near there? Cool. Oh, great. Good to know. So you'll hear about stuff like that, unless you click on subscribe, and I won't be offended. This was designed as a way of giving you a taste of what retreat practice is like. I know some of you have been on retreat before, and I know that some of you haven't been on retreat before. In a sense, this is the hardest part, the first hours, the first couple days. The gears grind. Sometimes it's focused. Sometimes it just feels like internal chaos. And then we hit cruising altitude, and there's this beautiful stillness that can come into experience when practice is carried out for a number of days in a row. So I really encourage people to do that when the time feels right. There's a retreat happening over the new year. There are actually, I think, 2 retreats that Against the Stream is running over the new year. One of them is you can come for either 12 days or 1 week on either side, like 6 days or 6 days. And there are flyers about that up front. There's also a shorter retreat that's happening just right over New Year's. I think it's like a 3-day, something like that. So take a look, and of course there are other retreats around. I'm happy to offer you my biased opinion about this and that teacher if you want to get some recommendations. Let's see. Having a practice. Practice! It's the only way. You have to practice. It's not easy, but it doesn't take a lot of time. This could be a 5-minute daily routine or a 10-minute daily routine, or even 4 days a week. Give yourself some leeway. Whatever it takes for you to pick this up in a consistent way. What you put in is what you get out, like Patrick was saying. I completely agree. And to that end, I have found the most valuable resource for my practice has been working with somebody. I have a mentor who I've worked with for like 4 years now, and we check in every couple weeks, and that has kept me going. And I often kind of say this indirectly, like this is just something maybe you should think about. I actually offer this service, and I want to be straightforward about that. But it's not about working with me. It's about finding somebody who you trust, that feels right, that feels resonant, whose language lines up with your language so that they're easy to understand, who's trustworthy, who's available, reachable. Whomever that person is, when you feel the time is right, consider cultivating one-on-one relationship, and it can really change your practice. Let's see. I think that's it. Yeah. Thank you so much for coming in and spending the afternoon with me.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if you wouldn't mind grabbing a chair and throwing it on the stack, I'd appreciate it. Oh yeah, you gotta throw